Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day one of the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open here at Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. I am Daniel Farish, once again filling in for Emil Williams Jr., who is back home in Chi-Town on paternity leave. He may rejoin us at the Players' Championship in a couple of weeks. I'm not 100% sure, but maybe I can get some confirmation on that. But either way, I'm glad to be here with you. The third elite event of the year, 3 weeks in a row. Of course, what we have in front of us is the PTQ. The top 9 from this field will make it into the main event, which starts tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. right here on Bowl TV. You are watching our featured pairs, lanes 25 through 28. We do have 4 channels available: 25 through 28, 29 through 32, 33 through 36, and 37 through 40. On our featured pairs in front of us right now, Jazzy Tan, Casey Arbor, Taylor Boltice over on 25 and 26. On 27 and 28, Pamela Alvarez, Jennifer Hokursak, Olivia Wirtz, and Courtney Ermish. Good morning to everybody in the chat. Chris, Bonnie, Brant, Chris, Michael, Eddie. A lot of people this morning. Michael, the other Brant. The other Brant being our Brant. Terry, Gigi. Welcome everyone this morning. Again, this week's event, the Elite Field. Features 23 of the 24. Our 24 players in the top 24 in points. Sherry Tan, again, the only player in the top 24 in points that will not be here this week, which means that 9 spots are available in the main event out of the PTQ today. These players all bowling 8 games, jumping lanes after each game. If you don't know, Boardwalk is a split house. We have 48 lanes on this side and 32 on the other, making up a total of 80 lanes in this bowling center. The PTQ taking up lanes 9 through 42. 52 players in the field this morning. We've been spoiled the last couple of weeks with the newer Cubica AMF model monitors and software, with the names up on the board. So if there's anyone that you're looking for, just let me know and I'll do my best to find out what they're doing, how they're bowling. If you want to know anyone on our feature pair, which letter might be who, just put it in the chat and I will certainly get you that information. The players this morning attacking the lanes very directly. A lot of players outside, out near the twig, as they would call it. Not necessarily out near 1, 2, 3, but more kind of on top of first arrow. Oh, we did have a change. I'm sorry. Olivia Wirtz and Katie Barnes flipped on their lane assignments. So Katie Barnes, who just threw a shot on 27, is the 4th player on 27 and 28. Olivia is down on 9 and 10. Good morning, Michelle. Welcome to Bowl TV this morning. Courtney Ermish over on lane 27, a double playing out near 456. Courtney, in case you didn't know, delivered 2 monumental strikes on CBS Sports Network to clinch the 2019 Intercollegiate Team Championship Women's title for her Robert Morris squad. Stepped up in the 10th, needed a double and 4 pins to get the win, and she flushed both shots in the 10th and 11th to bring home a national championship for her team this year. Oh, bad break on the washout conversion. That's one of those times when you actually make the washout, but the head pin just doesn't do its job and take out the corner pin. Nice shot by Casey. Bad break on the leave. Going to be a very, very busy weekend here in Orlando for the PWBA. Of course, the main event, the BowlerX.com Orlando Open, qualifying tomorrow, Saturday morning, culminating in the live televised finals on CBS Sports Network on Saturday evening. And then following that show, we will be taping the GoBowling.com PWBA Regional Showdown, a made-for-TV event showcasing some of the stars from the regionals this year. 4 regionals were held before the show this coming Saturday night. The winners of each regional were set to make the TV show, which will be taped on Saturday night and aired next Saturday on CBS Sports Network. Elise Bolton, who won the first regional, is back recovering from a back injury. I believe she's actually in the field today. For the PTQ. Julia Bond won the second and third regionals of the year, and then Gigi Mason won our 4th regional in East Hartford just a couple weeks ago. So those 3 players, along with Kayla Bandy, who advanced to the showdown by virtue of being the highest money or the earnings leader that did not win a regional this year. So she will be the 4th bowler. And then after that taping on Saturday night, we pack up all of our equipment and head over to Aloma Bowl for the Orlando Regional on Sunday. So depending on how you look at it, 4 different events. The PTQ, which is a part of the main event, but still I would consider it in a way its own separate tournament. With the PTQ today, the main event on Friday and Saturday, the regional showdown taping on Saturday evening, and then the regional here in Orlando on Sunday over at Aloma. With these monitors having the traditional A, B, C, D up there, it's hard when you're looking down the lanes to know who shot what. So I can't attribute these scores to any names, but I do see a couple of 230s down the way. A couple players that can punch in their respective 10th frames to get into the 240s. One player through 8 frames can get to the 250s over to our left. So Chris, everyone is moving right. The players on 31 and 32, this game will be moving to 37 and 38. So whether you're following Caroline, Chelsea, or Laura, they are going to 37 and 38. You know, Chris, you said that Caroline shot 236. Aaron Smith texted me a few minutes ago. I guess it was more than a few minutes ago early on. He said that Caroline was playing the twig pretty well. He said LaGrange on 31 and 32 is working the twig pretty well. Well, her score reflects that. Susan, when I see Janelle, I will surely pass that on. Guilderland, New York. Never heard of Guilderland. Well, through 6 frames, Courtney Ermish needs to tap into whatever she did when she doubled the 10th for Robert Morris for her team to win the national championship, because through 6 frames, 3 opens and 3 strikes. Not a good start, but still plenty of time. She's making a sole change on her shoe, maybe some sliding issues. I know that synthetic approaches can cause problems. We all know that. And it had been a very long time since I've been in the state of Florida. And just a few days ago, I put a post up on Facebook complaining about the humidity in the Ohio Valley back in Louisville. Of course, where we were for the PWBA event last week, my hometown. And I forgot that there are places that are more humid than the Ohio Valley, and one of them is Florida, which can wreak havoc on synthetic approaches. So it doesn't shock me the least that... Oh, nice shot at the 3, 4, 6, 7, 9, 10. Jazzy Tan gets 5 of them. It doesn't surprise me that people are having approach issues. They were... the staff here at Boardwalk Bowl, up until the very last minute before practice, had a buffing machine out on the lanes, or out on the approaches, rather, trying to prep them as best they could. Taylor Boltice, a little dip down shoulder dig at those pins. Doubles 9th and 10th get into the 2-0s with 2 shots left. just to give you all a heads up, the cropping on our cameras for the monitors is as low as it can go. So the cutoff on some of the scores on the bottom is not due to our cropping, it's just how their monitors portray the scores. Oh, Taylor scouts the 10 and the 11th. Good shot. Good break, good shot. You know what, Barbara, reading what you just posted reminds me that I left something at home. I've got to remember to take it to Raleigh. During the TV show last week, when Dasha made history shooting 300 in the title match against Liz Johnson to win her second career PWBA title and second this year. I was out in the TV truck working stats, and I keep stats by hand, frame by frame. And I meant to get Dasha to sign the stat sheet that I had reflecting her 300 with all the strikes, in the boxes, and I left it at home. I've got to remember to take that to Raleigh, because I want to get that signed, and like you said, I want to get that signed and get it framed. I mean, that's history right there. The more I watch these players, some of these players are trying to move in. And the ball just wants to push. They can't seem to get it to read. Yet we see more of the field playing further right. I'm wondering if this is a case of this isn't a pattern that should necessarily be played out, but that's where the field has decided they want to play. But having only seen the players in front of me, I don't know where a majority of the field is playing. So it's hard to tell if playing out is the preferred area as far as the field is concerned, or if it's just, if we've got half the players out and half the players trying to play further in. Of course, JJ, John Janowicz, our lane man this week here at Boardwalk. Pamela Alvarez, after 3 opens and a 4-frame stretch between the 3rd and the 6th, has thrown 4 in a row, trying to throw the back 6 to get to 203 and make her way into game 2 plus. Through the first one in the 10th, and she's up in the 11th on 28 right now. She got that ball out to about 2-3. I don't think she wanted to get it to that area of the lane. Missed right. And the ball did not recover. Joining us on 25 and 26 for game 2, Aaron Zabrinsky, Amanda Flood, and Summer Jasmine. We've seen Aaron and Summer the last couple of weeks. Amanda from Brandon, Florida. Well, with Courtney's final shot there in the 10th, that'll wrap up game 1, and nobody shot 300 the first game, which means no one has a chance at 900 for the front 3. But I'll tell you one guy who's trying to get there, that's Earl, and he is back for a second season. Stay tuned for more information as we continue Earl's journey to 900 right here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. Between Louisville and Orlando, they filmed another episode of Earl's journey to 900 that's in the backstage for you to watch. And I'm not going to give it away, but I will say that they made an interesting, this is what I learned at dinner last night with Jason Thomas, our man JT, and Tennille Milligan. They made an interesting ball choice. That's all I'm going to say. But well worth watching. So head over to the backstage here on Bowl TV and check that out as we enter game 2 of the PTQ here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl right here in the heart of Orlando. Joining us up next on 27 to 28, we're going to see Ashley Galante, last week's PTQ winner from Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville. Crystal Schoenman and Caitlin Simpson. Of course, both Ashley and Caitlin, mainstays here on the tour. Crystal from right here in Orlando, another one of the local players, taking the opportunity to, as they say, bowl with the big girls here on the PWBA Tour. And what a late fall on, I believe, the 10-pin for Erin Zaprinsky on 25. She went runaway Brooklyn, and something went between the 6, I guess it was probably the head pin, went between the 6 and the 10. And the 10 almost slid over into the 9-pin spot. That would have been a horrible break. Great shot by Ashley there on lane 28. She was the only player to go plus 100 at the PTQ last week. And she turned that PTQ performance into a 28th place finish in the main event at the Pepsi PWBA Louisville Open. Great opportunity for these players, not just the players who are outside of the top 24, but as we talked about, local players from the areas where the PTQs have been held at this year. $100 to enter, and you're guaranteed $1,200 in the main event. So the best way to look at it is if you bowl the PTQ, there are at least, as far as that tournament is concerned, 8 first place prizes, because you're all guaranteed to make at least $1,200, net $1,100 if you do make it out of the PTQ into the main event. This, however, the final PTQ of the year. Only 2 events remaining after this weekend. September 3rd through the 8th, the Cubica AMF PWBA Players Championship, and September 15th through the 18th, the PWBA Tour Championship. The players from Raleigh, North Carolina, and the Tour Championship from the Old Dominion building on the grounds of Richmond Raceway. Yet another year that the Tour Championship held in conjunction with the NASCAR weekend at Richmond. A huge NASCAR fan myself, always have been. So that's going to be an awesome event. Don't know if I'll be there or not, but I'm looking forward to, if I'm not there, at least watching it on TV. Amanda Flood with the front 5 right here in front of us. Some updated standings after game 1. Your leader, Aaron McCarthy at 259. Jen Higgins in second at 245. Caroline LaGrange, 236. Kelly Frayne, 233. Emily Reddig, 224. Caitlin Simpson, 219. Christine Gill, 214. Summer Jasmine, 213. And Jody Wessner in 9th place. Your cut line at 212. Players just outside that number. Gigi Mason, 211. Haley Richard, 210. Taylor Bultice, 210. Ashley Galante, 207. Hannah Brookins, 206. Kayla Bandy, 204. That's your top 15. Your top 20, Elise Bolton at 202. Danielle Marino, 200 even. Janelle Irwin, 200 even. Kara Stasel, 197. And tied in 20th, Alyssa Harper and Annalise O'Brien at 196. You want to talk about stepping up and bowling with the big girls. Annalise O'Brien is our two-time defending U15 girls junior gold champion. Annalise captured those titles in Dallas last year and then just this past July up in Detroit. We talked about Courtney Ermish delivering a double in the 10th to win the national championship for her collegiate team. Well, Annalise O'Brien stepped up in the 10th frame and needed a double in the 10th on the TV show for Junior Gold this year and did it. I was hoping they weren't going to do that. Stepped away for a moment to throw on a pullover, and I look up and they've all changed the scoring monitors. That's the way that I would prefer it as a bowler. But as a commentator who's looking, oh, nice scout on the 10, Caitlin Simpson. As a commentator who looks up and down the lanes, as you would guess, it makes it a lot more difficult to see them. I was hoping they weren't going to do that. Oh well. Amanda in front of us started the game with a front 5. She shot 185 the first game, tied in 28th place at -15. Talking about Annalise, if you want to get a glimpse at the future of women's bowling, switch over, I don't want to say switch over, open up another tab if you haven't already and put on the channel 29 through 32. Annalise crossing just a pair to our right from this channel, along with Daria Payok. Ashley right here on 27 and 28 had some spare jitters today. A couple, 3 open frames out of 4 game 1. And now 2 open frames here, back-to-back open frames on the left lane. Amanda Flood back on the strike train here in the 8th after back-to-back single pins. Oh, that's the 3rd Scout 10-pin we've seen today. Looks like you can send some pins here at Boardwalk. Ashley Galante, the Florida native, with some fortuitous carry over on 27 and 28. Scouts the 10 in the 6th. Late trip on the 4 in the 7th. And you know what? You throw enough strikes, you don't have to worry so much about shooting spares. There you go. Caitlin Simpson gets the 7-10 out. A late scout comes across the deck to take out the 10. That is something we did not see a lot of last week at Executive Strike and Spare. You don't see a lot of scouts flying across the pin deck from the average player. When I say average, I'm talking rev rate, ball speed. A lot of players in this field would kind of fall into that category. You see more higher speed, higher rev two-handers, or even one-handers. You know, Amanda Flood, she could send some pins at Executive, I'm sure. Yeah, your lower speed, lower rev, even medium, you know, people that fall in the medium of those two categories, you're not going to send pins flying at Executive, but here at Boardwalk, they are flying left and right. Amanda gets the first one in the 10th to put herself in the 250s. Cannot connect in the 11th to get into the 260s, but a solid 256 on the board for Amanda Flood. That'll put her at plus 41 after shooting 185 the first game. Just joining us this morning, welcome. We are, for the most part, wrapping up Game 2 here on Bowl TV of the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open PTQ. 9 players from this field will advance into the main event starting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. This elite event features a field size of 32 for the main event. The top 24 in points guaranteed in. The remaining 8 come out of the PTQ this morning. 1 player in the top 24, Sherry Tan of Singapore, not with us for the elite events, which opens up 1 more spot out of the PTQ. That's why we have 9 coming out of the PTQ this week. We had 9 last week in Louisville and 11 the week before in Hartford. After the PTQ today, the lanes will be stripped and the tournament pattern will be put out. Again, different patterns for the PTQ and the main event. The tournament pattern laid out following the PTQ for the official BowlerX.com Orlando Open practice from 4 p.m. until 5:30. The pattern's not released to the players until after the tournament, but they do get a 90-minute practice session the day before qualifying starts. So 90 minutes between 4 p.m. and 5:30. And then at 7 p.m. tonight, bowl with the pros, the Pro-Am here at Boardwalk. Tomorrow is a wash, rinse, and repeat from the last 2 weeks. 10 a.m. qualifying round 1, 5 p.m. qualifying round 2. 8 games each, 16 games total. Cut to the top 12 players. Those 12 return on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. for 6 more games in the round of 12. The top 5 advance to the stepladder finals, which will be at 4 p.m. this week. 4 p.m. live on CBS Sports Network. The last 2 weeks have been 5:30 and 5. My guess is 4 p.m., which gives us plenty of time that evening to tape the GoBowling.com PWBA Regional Showdown, which will be taped on Saturday night and aired next Saturday. All right, so next Saturday at 5 p.m. is when that will be aired. Nice little string going here for Caitlin Simpson. 5 in a row following the split in the 5th. She can get into the 230s. With a good count here in the 11th, already into the 220s. Good shot there by Ashley in the 11th. Can't get the 10 to go out. She'll spare that for 202. Puts her at +9. Caitlin continues the striking. End of the 11th. Puts her in the 220s. Good count. Will put her in the 230s in the fill. Caitlin shot 219 first game. So she's going to be in the +50 range after 2 games. all three players on 27 and 28. On the plus train this game, Ashley Galante, 202, Caitlin Simpson, 231. And Crystal Schoenman, who was in 26th position after game one, already into the two teens after her strike in the 10th to give her a double. This ball's going to cross over, not carry, and get the 6th out. 217 max score on the board for Crystal Schoenman. And with one ball to go, just like that, we are a quarter of the way through the PTQ for this week's BowlerX.com Orlando Open here at Boardwalk Bowl. We talked a little bit earlier about the schedule coming up, and don't forget the 2019 Cubica AMF PWBA Players Championship will take place in Raleigh, North Carolina on September 4th through the 8th. And you can watch the competition live on Bowl TV. That's right here on Bowl TV. Make sure to tune in to watch the best female bowlers in the world compete. Bowl TV, bowling lives here. Take a look at who we're going to see here in Game 3. Arlia Glass, Jody Wessner, and Amanda Fry on 25 and 26, 27 and 28. Jennifer Dovers, Danielle Marino, and Janelle Irwin. Last time we saw Jody Wessner was at the PTQ in Louisville last week. She was one of 4 players that we were following. Actually, more than 4, more like 5 or 6, right around the cut for the final transfer spot into the main event through the PTQ. Jody fell just short, 11 pins out of making it into the main event there at Executive Strike and Spare. She, along with Haley Richard and Brandy Branca, were 2 of the players that we were tracking. But it was Erin McCarthy, Christine Gill, and Taylor Bultice that got the 3 final spots in the PTQ last week to get into the main event. We had even more drama on Friday night. Really Friday night and Saturday morning in the final games of the cut to make the top 12 and then the cut for the top 12 into TV. And for my sake, and the viewers, for your all's sake, I'm hoping we see some of the same drama here in Orlando this week. It does make for exciting bowling, that's for sure. And with that strike right there from Jennifer Dovers, we have officially entered Game 3 here on our featured pairs. A couple pairs throughout the building, still wrapping up game 2, so we aren't far behind everyone, just most. I am glad to see Erin McCarthy's name on the top of the leaderboard. From her collegiate days, her days on Junior Team USA, Adult Team USA, we all know that Erin McCarthy is an incredibly talented player. But as she said in the article last week, sometimes some self-doubt creeps in, and it's hard to get rid of that. If you have a personality that will feed off of that. And she said that her win last year in the Louisville Open was a boost for her morale, her personal morale, to show that she could come out here and compete. And because she missed the event in Hartford, she fell outside of the top 24 in points after Connecticut. So she had to bowl the PTQ in Louisville last week as the defending champion. And going into those last 3 games, Aaron Smith and I were talking, and we pretty much said, look, she's got to shoot 700 to make it. And that's what she did. She shot, I believe, 711 the back 3 to get in. But throughout the entirety of Friday, those 16 games, Aaron just didn't look confident in her shot making or confident in her ball choices. Struggled all throughout Friday, and just wasn't the same Aaron that we're used to seeing, not just on the approach, but back in the pit area or even on the concourse. So glad to see her come out today, start off strong, 259 the first game. And not to be clichéic, but to put destiny in her own hands rather than force herself to, okay, I've got to average 235 the last 3 games to get in. She's going to go out and pop off 259 the first game. Will, I can't say for sure if they're going to use just the letters in the tournament. I know you're basically, it's up to the software of that individual bowling center, and I can't recall of all the bowling centers I've been in tournaments that I've bowled that I've seen this software in front of us have the ability to transfer names and scores. You know, I take that back. I think it can. As soon as I say that, I'm picturing it in one of the houses in Louisville that used to have it. So I don't know if they're going to do that or not. I'll reach out to Tennille Milligan, our tournament director, and find out what the plan is. All it requires is that the viewer has to pay a little more attention Maybe not so much here in the PTQ because not all of the names out here are the household names we will see Friday and Saturday. A lot of players we'll see tomorrow are instantly recognizable. So it'll be easier tomorrow for the rest of the tournament to figure out who's who. Oh, Janelle Irwin, great shot. Stone 8-pin on 27. Harken back to East Hartford with stuff like that. Nice conversion on the 2-4-8-10. Arleah Glass getting it done. Good morning, Yvonne. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Game 3 of the PTQ for the BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open. I think Jody's got the right idea with where that ball was down lane. Just needs to get her feet in the right place. Same with Danielle Marino on that shot. Ball around 11-12 at the break point. Or at least down by the tracer, that second tracer on top of board 10. You know, Will, about the ABCD, I said this earlier, I think we were a little spoiled the last 2 weeks with bowling centers that had literally just updated their scoring. I know they told us in East Hartford they had updated their scoring system, their new lane beds, new pins, and I know for a fact that Executive had just put their new scoring in the last 3 months. So we were spoiled the last couple of weeks. But we have used ABCD before. All you gotta do is ask in the chat who you're looking for, who do we have in front of us. I'll update you as often as I can without becoming annoying. But the one good thing about this being 2019 is all these players have on jerseys with names that are easily readable. Back in the day when it was just the cotton polos, the names might not be as obvious to read, but a lot of these names stand out on the back of the jerseys. And with our crystal clear Bowl TV vision, you can see the names. All right, score update after game 2. Aaron McCarthy wasting no time jumping out on top of the field. 259, 244, plus 103 after 2 games. Caitlin Simpson, plus 50. Caroline LaGrange, also plus 50. Amanda Flood, plus 41. Jody Wessner, plus 36. Elise Bolton, plus 34. Danielle Marino, plus 27. Jen Higgins, plus 27. And the cut line after 9 games, Kayla Bandy, plus 26. Just outside the top 9, Gigi Mason, 211, 211 for a plus 22 number. Rocio Restrepo, plus 15. Pomla Alvarez, plus 12. Kelly Frayne. Ashley Galante tied at plus 9. Crystal Schoenman, plus 8. Allison Shedrow, plus 7. Emily Reddick, plus 6. Kimberly Forthofer, plus 5. Lauren Pate, plus 2. And rounding out the top 20, Alyssa Harper at plus 1. If you want to follow along scores yourself at home, head over to pwba.com/live for all of the tournament information. You can also, here on Bowl TV, click on the tab to your right. Looks like a little book. Click tournament information, and that'll send you directly to that page as well. Already been treated to a couple of players inside the cut on our featured pairs. Right now, Jody Wessner and Danielle Marino, who delivers a great shot there in the 7th frame, wraps the 10-pin over on 28. Sitting in 7th place, Jody shooting a 10-pin on 26 is in 5th. And earlier, just last game, we had Amanda Flood popped off 256 in front of us. Caitlin Simpson, who is in 2nd, was over on 27 and 28. Last game as well. just a little wide there for Amanda Fry. Started the game off with a strike show, frames 2 through 5. Clean the rest of the way, however. Amanda 165, 223 her first 2 games. Sitting in 25th place at -12. And the cut is Kayla Bandy at +26 after 2. That is the 3rd time on our 2 featured pairs we've seen someone kick the head pin around the 10 on a washout. Basically, in my opinion, and not that the score reflects this, but you made the washout, the pins just didn't. Chris, I'll tell you, that's about as deep as I'm going to dig when it comes to baseball, because I don't know that I could tell you more than about 3 players that are on the Reds roster right now, and like I said last week, baseball is not my forte, not one of my top sports. Now, you want to talk bowling or college basketball or Formula One or NASCAR, I'm right there. But baseball, no, you got me. I'll tell you what Janelle Irwin's got. She's got a 3-bagger as she steps up here in the 9th. Clean through the first 8 frames. Janelle 200, 193 the first 2 games. Dropped down to 1 knee, asking for that ball to lay off. It did not. Staring at a 3.610, a possible 225 on the board. pairs to our left. 205, 225, 209, 227, 226, a possible 211. Looks like there is some hold in the middle of the lane. It's just about using it properly. Jody asking for that high flush 4 to go down. It does not. Staring at 187. Players wrapping up game 3, starting to migrate around the house for game 4. We will let the players here on our featured pairs finish up this game, and we'll be right back to bring you the start of the action in game 4 here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl in the heart of Orlando, Florida, right here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. We'll be right back. All right, back at it here, Game 4 of the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open PTQ. I'm Daniel Farish, once again filling in for Emil Williams Jr. And looking at the chat, I see you all talking about some, I guess we'd call them some old school players. Well, don't forget, the USBC is unlocking their treasure chest of newly digitized historical telecasts, including PWBA, Team USA, and World Team Challenge Classics with The Vault. Hundreds of hours of historical footage for you to watch only inside The Vault, right here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here, and the newest released show in The Vault is the 2000 United States Women's Open and United States Open joint telecast, featuring Robert Smith, Norm Duke, Kelly Kulick, Tennille Rihalva Milligan, and Liz Johnson, all on the same show. That is certainly something I'm going to check out, and I don't just say that because I'm hosting the Bowl TV stream today. I say that because, I mean, that's a show that I would have watched. Back in 2000, I was 14 years old. You know, I probably did watch that show. And to be able to see all those players, Liz Johnson, we just saw on TV last week, 19 years ago. Tennille Milligan, our tournament director, 19 years ago. Kelly Kulick, back-to-back 6th place finishes, 19 years ago. Robert Smith, Norm Duke. Norm, your ESPY Bowler of the Year this year, 19 years ago. Maximum Bob. We were just huddled around my phone in Louisville last week watching some highlight videos of Robert Smith and what he could do with a bowling ball. I mean, it's just unbelievable. You kind of, when you haven't seen a player like that in so long, you forget what they're capable of. And Curtis Von Kruger made the comment, we were standing there, he said, you know, oh, the power players from yesteryear would be, you know, middle of the road guys now. And we got talking about Robert Smith. And he goes, he'd be middle of the field. And I think it was Aaron and I were standing there, and we were like, I don't know, KVK, I don't know if that's right. And we pulled the video, and as soon as Curtis saw one shot, he went, oh yeah, no, never mind. I forgot. Because it's been so long since you've seen those players compete. I got a chance to see Robert Smith, for those of you that don't know, has been working on a two-handed game and debuted it to the public at the Open Championships this year. And he did it to try and if what Curtis told me was right, was he did it so he could lose some of his ball speed and lose some of that rev rate because it was just so uncontrollable. Casey, I just looked in the chat. Robert Smith has been working on a two-handed style for the last X amount of months and kind of teased it on social media. He put up a video of his two-handed style probably 5-6 months ago and then debuted it at the OC this year. And it's certainly, ball speed was lower and rev rate was lower than what we saw one-handed back in the day. I don't know if he has an Instagram. I'm not sure. Let me... Probably one easy way to find out. Actually, let me pull up some scores real quick. We don't have them yet. Never mind. We've still got... I think we just had pairs wrapping up Game 3 as our featured pairs right in front of us. We're already halfway through Game 4. Take a look at who we got in front of us real quick, in case you haven't figured it out for yourself. Alyssa Harper, Emily Reddick, and Christine Gill over on 25 and 26 Elise Bolton, Stacy Weber, and Katie Sutphin over on 27 and 28. Casey, based on Google, it doesn't look like nothing for IG pops up for Robert Smith. I don't think he does. I know he's got a couple of pro shops. Robert Smith Bowling Service is up on Facebook. Out in the Ventura, California area. But nothing that I see about Instagram. All right, some scores after Game 3. Aaron McCarthy back at it again, 243. 746 for the first three for Aaron McCarthy. Caroline LaGrange in second place at plus 84. Taylor Bultice pops off 257 the last game to get to plus 82. Caitlin Simpson continues her pace at plus 68. Rocio Restrepo back-to-back 226s to get to plus 41. Elise Bolton, 2-0, 230, 2-0. She is at plus 39. Jen Higgins, after a 245 start, cooled off a little bit, sits at plus 28. Jody Westner, plus 23. And the final player inside the top 9 cut, Janelle Irwin. Excuse me, 3 players tied in 9th. Janelle Irwin, Summer Jasmine, and Kimberly Forthoffer at all at plus 18. Lauren Pate, plus 12. Kayla Bandy, plus 11. Ashley Galante, plus 8. A two-way tie in 15th between Hannah Brookins and Danielle Marino at plus 7. Amanda Flood, Crystal Schoenman tied in 17th at plus 6. Gigi Mason, minus 1. And Amanda Fry in 20th at minus 3. No, Chris, she's not. I'm sure that will be one of the questions that Aaron Smith will ask her if she keeps this up, and I'm not even saying she has to keep shooting 240s, but if she maintains her lead and, quote, wins the PTQ, that will be one of the questions that Aaron asks her is, how did you bounce back from last week? You know, what transpired over the course of the last 4 days, 5 days, for you to go from how you struggled in Louisville, not just the PTQ, but in the main event, the Pepsi Louisville Open. How did you go from struggling like that to doing what you're doing today, or doing what you did today? Yeah, Hosan, a lot of players come from the South, East Coast, which makes it an easy trip right down the eastern seaboard to get down here to Florida. Had some weather-related issues the last couple of days, but I believe everyone got here safely and soundly. Gigi Mason down on our left on lanes 21 and 22 has thrown the last 8 strikes to get to 254. Gigi -1, sitting in 19th position. That game will put her at plus 53 and undoubtedly jump her inside the top 9 cut. Nice scout 9, nice scout 7-9 right there for Elise on lane 28. Elise, one of the players pulling double duty this weekend, as she will be bowling in the GoBowling.com PWBA Regional Showdown, which will be taped on Saturday night. Nice roll 2-pin by Katie Sutphin in Elise. One of the 4 headliners in the Regional Showdown, taped on Saturday night, will be aired next Saturday at 5 p.m. on CBS Sports Network. Alyssa Harper 164, Christine Gill's going to be 144. Emily Reddig, chance to get into the 170s, so some struggles here on 25 and 26. Meanwhile, all of our players on 27 and 28 with the opportunity to get plus as they enter the 10th frame. Chris, let's see, Laura's 3rd game. Laura has went 177, 149, 177. Well, Chris, it's a good thing you have a project that requires low brain power, because Dodgers fans aren't smart. I digress. Emily Reddick doubles the 10th, getting into the 170s, trips the late 4, 176. That'll wrap up game 4 here on 25 and 26. Still the 10th frame over on 27 and 28. Nice 214 for Elise Bolton. Already at plus 39. That'll put her at plus 53. Moving even further into the top 9 cut. Katie Suffin, 195. Elise Bolton, 214. And Stacy Weber wrapping up game number 4 here on 27 and 28. Over to our left, see Miss Kayla Bandy. She will join Elise as well as Gigi Mason and Julia Bond in that regional showdown on Saturday evening. Kayla and I shared a flight along with Chuck Gardner, one of the manufacturer representatives for Brunswick DV8. We shared a flight out of Charlotte yesterday into Orlando, and Kayla and I talked pretty extensively before the flight about some changes that she was making. She feels like she is physically throwing it the best she's ever thrown it, but she hasn't been seeing the results on the lanes, so some changes in her arsenal. Her plan was to walk in today with a smaller arsenal to try and simplify ball changes and not have so many options. You can just get lost in going from ball to ball. She brought in bowling balls that she trusts, bowling balls that she knows, made a couple surface changes on some stuff that wasn't quite matching up. So hopefully for Kayla, all the changes that she made coming into this week have helped. After 2 games, Kayla was the cut. She shot 185 game 3 to fall just outside again. After 3 games, there was a 3-way tie for the cut at plus 18, so a 206 average. Dropped 8 pins. It was at plus 26 after 2. So before I step away to grab a quick little snack, because broadcasters, we got to eat too. Take a look at who we got in front of us here on game 4. Over on 25 and 26. Gigi Mason, Kara Stasel, and Hannah Brookins. And over on 27 to 28, Tina Peavy, Erin McCarthy, and Carrie Smith. So we've wrapped up game 4 here on our featured pairs. A lot of the house still finishing up game 4, but we are halfway through here on Bowl TV for the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open PTQ. 9 of these 52 players will advance into the main event, which kicks off tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Going to step away for a little bit. We'll let the soothing sounds of pins crashing lull you. We'll be right back here on Bowl TV. Bowling lives here. All right, well, as our players wrap up game number 5 here at the PTQ for the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open, we do have some scores after game 4. Again, we do have pairs that are quite a bit behind, or I guess we have pairs that are quite a bit ahead of the others. Depends on how you look at it. After 4 games, Erin McCarthy cooled off a little bit. Game 4 shot 191. But she's heating back up this game with a chance at 237 right here in front of us as she will bowl the 10th momentarily. She's at plus 137. Taylor Bultice, plus 101 in second. Jen Higgins, plus 73 in third. Caroline LaGrange, plus 62. Caitlin Simpson, tied in 5th with Jody Wessner, both at plus 61. Lauren Pate in 7th at plus 60. Ashley Galante, plus 57 after a nice 249 in 8th. And the final transfer spot is a 2-way tie after game 4 between Elise Bolton and Gigi Mason. As we mentioned, 2 of the players that will be featured in the GoBowling.com PWBA Regional Showdown taping on Saturday night. Elise and Gigi tied at plus 53 in 9th place. Just outside of the top 10, Summer Jasmine at plus 46, Rocio Restrepo plus 35, Janelle Urban plus 23, Kayla Bandy plus 22, Crystal Schoenman in 15th at plus 10, Amanda Fry plus 6, Kimberly Forthoffer even in 17th, Allison Shedrow and Jennifer Dovers tied at minus 11 in 18th position, and in 20th, Amanda Flood at minus 19. Good shot for Gigi there. Struggled this game. That'll put her in the 180s with decent count in the fill. Again, Gigi tied with Elise Bolton. And coming into this game in 9th place, that final transfer spot. Looks like Elise can get into the 2-0 range through 8 frames down on 31 and 32. Nice 10th frame for Gigi, 182, only losing 18 pins to the plus minus. Meanwhile, over on 28, Erin McCarthy packs all 3 in the 10th, 237. Nice bounce back from her low game of the day, 191 in game 4. Five games down, 3 games to go here on our featured pairs on Bowl TV. 4 channels available, covering 16 lanes. All 16 will be in play for the BowlerX.com Orlando Open, which kicks off tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. And then don't forget the regional on Sunday, so bonus bowling. No regional in Louisville last week. There was a regional in Hartford the week before. Again, the Orlando regional will be this Sunday. We'll take a quick break. Be right back for Game 6 here on Bowl TV at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl in the heart of Orlando, Florida. going to hop back in real quick, let everybody know that we are not done. We're not on a lunch break here. We had a couple pairs get behind, and I knew that at some point we were going to be waiting, and this is that point where we're waiting. So we do have lanes 27 and 28 bowling, but to our left, lanes 19 through 26 right now are dormant, waiting on players to get down here as they wrap up their game number 5 further down on the low end. So we're not done. We're not taking a break. It's just the way the lane jumps have moved today. So wanted to hop back in and let you all know. And we'll take a look real quick at who is over on 27 and 28 here, Game 6. Vanessa Rivera, Remy Weinhardt, and Allison Shedrow on 27 and 28 for Game 6 here at the PTQ for the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA. All right, back at it here for Game 6 of the PTQ here at the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl in the heart of Orlando, Florida. And we talked earlier about the Vault, all the great shows and historical telecasts that have been uploaded on there. Well, while you're enjoying the past, don't forget to enjoy the present and follow the PBA Summer Tour and race for the USBC Cup exclusively this August on the PBA Network. 7 PBA Tour titles are up for grabs, including berths into the Flow Bowling ATX Invite and the PBA China Tiger Cup. Don't miss the action live on the PBA Network this August. Big shout out to BJ Moore, who defeated Sean Rash yesterday at the PBA Wilmington Open in the stepladder finals. Awesome performance by BJ. Glad to see him getting that first tour title win. I can say that while I don't know BJ personally, everyone I talk to has nothing but great things to say about him and his wife Tania, who I believe just welcomed their second child. So congratulations on the big win, BJ, and welcome to the PBA Champions Club. All right, finally back to 4 lanes of action on our featured pairs. As you can tell, somehow this squad has gotten very separated, as some pairs, for instance, 25 and 26, just beginning game number 6. And then you have 29 and 30, who are in the 9th frame. Even 31 and 32 are in the 10th frame. So tracking scores and following the cut is going to be difficult because as far as getting scores updated, it looks like Game 7 scores could be updated while some are finishing Game 8. So this is really going to be a wait-and-see type of thing when it comes to tracking that 9th place. The last 2 score updates we've had ties for that 9th position. Have not had a tie for the PTQ advancer spot or for a round of 12 cut in these elite events yet. This might as well be a good time to have one. If you take a look at 25 and 26 and think to yourself, hey, these players look familiar, well, they do. We started the day with this foursome over on 27 and 28. Jennifer Hokursak, Courtney Ermish, Katie Barnes, and Pamela Alvarez. We do have some score updates after Game 5. Aaron McCarthy plus 174. Taylor Bultice plus 114. Jen Higgins plus 108. She's been plus 80 the last 2 games. Ashley Galante plus 91. Elise Bolton plus 71. Caroline LaGrange plus 55. Tied with Summer Jasmine at plus 55. Good to see Summer bounce back on our featured pair. Game 2, she shot 159. Has since went 246, 228, 209. Jody Westner in 8th at plus 54, and Lauren Pate is your cut in 9th at plus 44. Just outside the cut, Caitlin Simpson in 10th at plus 43, 1 pin out. Gigi Mason is 11th at plus 35. Rocio Restrepo 12th at plus 29. Haley Richard plus 23. Crystal Schoenman is the final player plus at plus 12. Sitting in 14th position. Rounding out the top 20, Janelle Irwin, minus 6. Kayla Bandy, minus 7. Also Jennifer Dovers, minus 7. Amanda Fry, minus 14. Kimberly Forthofer, minus 22. And Amanda Flood in 20th at minus 25. If you're just joining us here on Bowl TV, better late than never. We are towards the end of Game 6 of the PTQ for the BowlerX.com Orlando Open. We are here at Boardwalk Bowl on the high end of the house. This bowling center, a split house, 48 lanes on this side, 32 on the other, for a total of 80. Similar to Silver Lanes in East Hartford, split house with one side being larger than the other. 53 players in this morning's PTQ field. 9 will advance into the main event, which kicks off tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We are taking 9 because one of our top 24 in the points will not be here. Sherry Tan, who has missed the last 2 elite events from Singapore. She will miss this weekend as well, which opens up one more spot to get in from the PTQ, so 9 coming out. After 5 games, 9th place was plus 44, a 208.8 average. That was Lauren Pate from Inver Grove, Minnesota. Five different states and 2 countries represented inside the top 9 after 5 games. Nebraska, Florida, Ohio, West Virginia, Minnesota, and Caroline LaGrange, the lone international player from Canada. PTQs the last 3 weeks have drawn some incredible talent from the regions. Of course, 2 weeks ago, East Hartford, all the great talent from the Northeast, Connecticut, Massachusetts, New York areas. Last week in Louisville, Kentucky, we saw players Tennessee, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, Virginia, West Virginia, and then down here in Florida. This state itself has a bunch of talent, which is represented very well here at this PTQ today. Also pulling from states around the area: Georgia, Alabama, South Carolina, Mississippi, Louisiana. A couple different countries represented today, of course. United States, Pamela Alvarez from Mexico, Daria Payok from Poland, Caroline LaGrange, Canada, Jazriel Tan, Singapore, and of course the rest of the field from the United States. Alvarez packs 10 back there in the 7th after the score change. Jarvis, anyone who is not in the top 24 in points is required to bowl the PTQ to get into the main event. The way these elite events work, this is the 3rd and final elite event of the season. The top 24 in points are automatically in the main event. All they got to do is pay the entry fee. The field size for the main event is 32, so 8 spots at least come out of the PTQ into the main event. And if anyone in the top 24 in points elects not to bowl, That opens up one more position to advance out of the PTQ. We've got some familiar names settling down on 27 and 28. Aaron Zaprinsky, Amanda Flood, and Summer Jasmine, all three of which we had on 25 and 26 back in game number 2. They will begin game 7. As they entered their previous game, Amanda was in 20th position and Summer was tied for 6th at plus 55. Oh, Alvarez, nice shot in the fill ball. Stones the 8-pin. She'll be glad to get off that pair, I'm sure. Quick note about Amanda Flood over on lane 28. Amanda, the first player to shoot 300 at this year's USBC Women's Championships in Wichita, Kansas. Shot 789 to finish in second in singles in the Diamond Division, which is the top division at the Women's Championships. I'm hoping that Summer did not jinx herself last week, because in Connecticut, her 2 games on the featured pair, she struggled quite a bit. And then last week, her 2 games on the featured pair were both in like the I think one of them was 260. The other one was 230, 240, because she mentioned she was averaging like 240 something for her 2 games on the featured pair last week. And this week, her first game on 25 and 20, it was her second game of the block, but her first game on the featured pair over on 25 and 26, she shot 156, 159. So what was it? She shot 159 and then followed up with 240, 220, 2-0. And here she is again on our featured pair. Split the first frame, strike. 9 count, looking for a spare here in the third. And misses the 7-pin to the left. So spare, strike, open. Stepping up on 25 and 26 for game number 7, Kelly Frayne, Leanne Vastbender, and Lauren Pate. Lauren was the cut after 5 games. Once we get a scoring update after 6, we'll bring it to you. But 2 players on our featured pairs this game that were inside the cut after 5. Just got done, obviously, with game 6. As we head into the second to last game here at the PTQ for the 2019 BowlerX.com Orlando Open.
My phone, I can never get
Oh, Summer Jasmine throwing pins over the 10. Can't get the head pin to connect on the scout attempt. Nice shot by Kelly Frame there in the second. Well, I don't know how many of you in the chat have your volume turned up right now, but I'm sure some of you are going to wish that you didn't, because Jennifer just stopped by with a container of about, oh gosh, maybe 60 cookies, sugar cookies, peanut butter cookies, and chocolate chip cookies. So we've got a bunch of cookies here at the main Bowl TV table. So if you're in the area and you want to stop by and take a couple, as Nathan Bohr just takes the whole thing, feel free to stop by and take a cookie or two. We've got plenty. So I'm going to step away for a hot second, run down to the tournament office and offer them up to anybody that wants them, any players that come by that want them, fans. We are certainly givers here at Bowl TV. So I'm going to step away for a minute. We are hot and heavy into Game 7. Some pairs are into the 8th and 9th frames, and some pairs, like our own 25 and 26, are just eking their way into the 3rd. But as soon as we get, before I go, I'm going to give one last check to see if we have any scoring updates. We do. Let's jump into that real quick. After 6 games, Aaron McCarthy leads at plus 190. Jen Higgins is in second at plus 123. Taylor Bultice, third at plus 113. Ashley Galante, fourth at plus 83. Elise Bolton, fifth at 59 over. Caroline LaGrange, sixth at 56 over. Summer Jasmine, seventh at 55 over. Lauren Pate is eighth at plus 51 over. Both Summer and Lauren right here in front of us. Summer on lane 28. Can't get the 7 to go, and Lauren is shooting a 210. Caitlin Simpson, the final bowler inside the cut in 9th at plus 49. Looking at the remainder of the top 20. Jody Wessner, plus 43. Rocio Restrepo, plus 34. Haley Richard, plus 17. Gigi Mason, the 13th and final bowler north of 200 at plus 7. Janelle Irwin, 14th at minus 10. Carrie Smith, minus 16. Crystal Schoenman, minus 18. Kimberly Forthoffer, minus 22. Kayla Bandy, minus 28, down in 18th place. And Jennifer Dovers and Danielle Marino tied in 19th at minus 29. All right, well, I'm going to step away real quick, take these cookies down to the tournament office, stomp off maybe some of our manufacturer representatives. Everybody's going to get a chance to have a cookie. We've got a ton. Jennifer, I cannot thank you enough. I'm going to sneak a couple of these cookies into my backpack, though, because I'm going to want a midnight snack when I'm laying in my hotel bed tonight. We'll be right back. Game 7 here on Bowl TV of the PTQ for the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open from Boardwalk Bowl here in Orlando, Florida. Oh, nice conversion on the 4-7-10. Leanne Vassminder out of Winter Park, Florida. If you're just joining us here, welcome, better late than never, to the PTQ for the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open. A big thank you and shout out to our sponsor, BowlerX.com. When you buy bowling balls and equipment from BowlerX.com, you're getting more than the lowest prices and free shipping. You're supporting the future of bowling. BowlerX.com gives more back to the sport of bowling than any other retailer. BowlerX.com, for the love of bowling. Lauren can't get the late scout to roll out the shaker 10 there in the ninth. Coming into this game again, Lauren just inside the cut. Sitting in 8th place at plus 51. The cut, Caitlin Simpson at plus 49. For our 8th and final game of the PTQ this morning, we will welcome on 25 and 26 Haley Richard, Katie Barnes, and Rocio Restrepo. And on 27 and 28, Arlia Glass, Jody Wessner, and Amanda Fry. Second 10-pin in a row that Lauren has had a late scout climb across the pin deck but not quite get to the 10. Both of those shots indicative of a ball motion that is a little weaker down lane because both 10 pins were flat 10s. That's one of the things that people tend to overlook when they see a power player scout a 10 pin. Is talk about how powerful that ball was, and really it's not so much how powerful the ball roll was, it was just the energy that the ball imparted onto the head pin. Unfortunately for the player, that was about all the energy the ball had. Fortunately for the player, if they're rev dominant, it kicks that head pin off the sidewall and sends it over as a scout to the 10 pin, talking from the right-hander's perspective. But scout 10 pins are nothing more than a weak 10. If you watch the 6 that lays in the channel, very rarely do you see a wrap 10 that gets scouted out. There she goes, third time's a charm. Meanwhile, Kelly Frayne misses a 10 pin in the 10th. You never want to open the 10th, you never want to miss a single pin, and you never ever want to do both of them at the same time. Which is exactly what Kelly just did. Leanne Vastbender can get into the 180s. Leanne had a rough go of it today. Nothing over 200 yet. 3 games in the 180s, 190s, and 3 games in the 150s, 160s. This game looking to settle into the former, hoping to get into the 180 range with a spare and a decent count in the fill. Good count in the fill. Leanne shoots 182. And that will do it for Game 7 here on our featured pairs. 1 game left here of the PTQ as far as our 4 lanes right in front of us are concerned. And with 1 game left, let's throw up some PWBA Orlando trivia. See how many of you are paying attention, how many of you know the history of the PWBA here in the city of Orlando, including this year's event. How many times has Orlando hosted a PWBA tournament? Including the 2019 BowlerX.com Orlando Open, how many times has the city of Orlando hosted a PWBA event? Options on the screen, 4, 8, 6, or 3. How many times? Last time I'm going to read it. Has the city of Orlando hosted a PWBA event, including this year's tournament? Rocio Restrepo, one of the 6 players on these 4 lanes for our final game, and I'll never forget when Rocio moved to Ohio. I remember hearing that she was moving to Louisville, and it scared me because I was like, man, this city already has some pretty good players in it. I don't need Rocio Restrepo to live in Louisville. I didn't even realize there was a Louisville, Ohio. Great carry to open up her game one here on the featured pair. Yeah, when I heard she was moving to Louisville, Ohio, throat got a little dry because I'm like, no, no. Still on a map, I couldn't tell you. I'm going to look it up. I couldn't tell you where Louisville, Ohio is. Let's see, small town, population just under 9,200. Look, it is southeast of Akron, just east of Canton, Ohio. How about that? Just northeast of Canton, Ohio. All right, well, I learned something today. We all learned something today. Good shot by Haley Richard there in the second frame. Well, Kara, I am going to have to take your word on that because I had never heard of a city with the same name as my city up in Ohio. And now that you say that, ouch. Devastating little 8-pin right there for Olivia Wirtz. But now that you say that, it gives me an idea of how it's actually pronounced. And I don't pronounce my hometown that way, so I am just gonna. I can phonetically type it out if I have to, but I can't say it. It's Louisville. That's the only way I know how to pronounce that city. Ball needs to get over to convert the 2-8. Gets it. 1-2-4-8 conversion there for Rocio. I'm guessing the S is probably pronounced up in Ohio. Oh, Olivia, don't miss the 8-pin. Stones it, don't miss it. Okay, well there you go. So it is pronounced. I can't, even if I try to start to say it, like, you know how you eat something sour and your lips kind of purse up and you smile but you're not smiling? That's what happens when I think of pronouncing it that way. I can't, it's like it puts a sour taste in my mouth. I can't do it. Luckily, Jennifer brought these amazing cookies so I can say Louisville and then I can put a cookie in my mouth and the sour taste is gone. So I'm going to do that for a second. Yeah, I'm a real trooper, Chris. It's difficult to sit here and watch bowling all day and eat cookies. It's just, oh man, the toughest job, I tell you what. Still waiting on a score update after Game 7. That's because we still have players in Game 7. Lanes 23 and 24 over to our left are just now starting the 10th frame of Game 7. So yeah, I mentioned earlier it's going to be difficult to track scores throughout Game 8 the way we have the last couple of weeks, because we won't really have a Game 7 update until some players are probably just about wrapping up Game 8. I'll see what I can do about popping off and running around and finding some scores for us. It would make it really easy if there's only, 3 or 4 people that were watching, but any more than that, whew, it's going to be difficult. I'll have to sacrifice cookie time. At the Open Championships out in Las Vegas this year, Rocio, her husband Joe, their team and companion team at the OC both finished north of 3150, if I remember correctly. And after Game 2, we were tracking one of the teams to possibly take a lead. See how quick I can pull up some of these numbers. And their team, Rocio's team, ended up 63rd in the standings. I think the other team was up there, was in that side of that top 75 as well. Finally, Brandt. Man, they've been waiting for the cannon patiently, very patiently. Mr. Bond still waiting on an update online. Looks like 23 and 24 just finished up game number 7. Their scores are in the books. I think the system here is pretty quick at updating numbers once they finish. It's just a matter of getting everyone onto the same game. Again, after 6, Erin McCarthy was your leader, as she has been all day at plus 190. Caitlin Simpson was the cut at plus 49, a 208.17 average. All right, click it, submit entry. The giveaway has begun. He didn't even tell me what the prize is. Elise, I just saw her standing around here. Oh, she is just starting game 8, just to our left on 23 and 24. I would say you could watch her out of our peripherals, but because of the pillars and the partition, the walkway going down the middle, you can't really see anything. Her ball just hit the pins over on 24, and she either struck or she's getting her spare ball. It went through the face. She's getting her spare ball. Okay. She was in the cut. She was 5th after game 6. Congratulations, Rafe. Way to go. You have won the first giveaway here in Orlando. But no, Elise was, she was 5th going into game 7. I don't know what she shot last game. Haley Richard, another one of those players that was around the cut after 6 games. She was at plus 17, the cut plus 49. Haley's sister, PWBA champion Jordan, sitting behind me. I asked her what Haley shot game 7, and she said, "You don't want to know." 150, she said. So Haley, more than likely, probably bowled her way out of contention in game 7. She can punch out here for 238. Rocio shot 209 game 7, so she's at plus 39 coming into this game. Strike there in the 7th still keeps her alive to get to 237 if she can find a way to string some. Hasn't caught a double yet, but clean through 7. I've been trying. Jennifer comes over and says, I haven't given enough cookies away. I'm like, I've been trying. Well, it's hard. I walk into the tournament office, and Tennille has a red velvet cupcake with cream cheese icing sitting on top of it. I'm like, I mean, this thing's this big. I'm like, it's hard to compete with that. I said, you want a cookie? And I mean, she still took a cookie, but they had some sweets in there of their own, so. And Jennifer from the chat will be bowling the regional on Sunday. I talked to her and asked her why the regional, not the PTQ. She said because the average she had that was high enough to enter the PTQ didn't have enough games on it, and she's never bowled, taken a step up like this before. So bowling the regional is a good chance to take a small step up and compete with players at the next level without going straight into the PTQ, where you're crossing with not just players at the next level, but national touring players and gold medal winners and everything. Oh, Rocio. Late fall on the 9. Good way to catch a double. That's a couple of fortuitous hits that she's had on our featured pair. Frame 1 and now frame 8. After 7 games, we have an update. Here we go. Aaron McCarthy, your leader, plus 199. Taylor Boltice, plus 112. Jen Higgins, plus 111. Caitlin Simpson, plus 93. Caroline LaGrange, plus 83. Ashley Galante, plus 81. And then a steep drop down to Jody Westner, plus 47. Rocio, plus 39. Lauren Pate, plus 32. Janelle Irwin, plus 26. Janelle off to our right on 29 and 30. Summer Jasmine, plus 21. She is 11th. Elise Bolton is at plus 8. Shot 144, 149 the last game. She's just to our left. Gigi Mason also plus 8, and Amanda Flood at plus 6. So I'm going to roam the house and see if I can grab some scores real quick, and I'll be right back here on Bowl TV as we are in the middle of Game 8, the final game of the PTQ for the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open here at Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. Right here on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. I'll be right back with some scores. All right, well, as we see in front of us, Rocio has struck the first shot in the 10th for a 4-bagger. She's in the 220s right now, possible 230. So I would say it's safe to say she is probably going to stay in the cut. Not a killer, 225. Lauren Pate, who is in 9th, can get to 227. She is through 9 frames. Janelle Irwin, the best that she can do is 215. The best that Summer Jasmine can, or excuse me, Summer, getting Jasmine and all kinds of things mixed up here. Summer Jasmine can do is 211. She's at plus 21, so she's probably out. Elise over here on our left can get to a 256. Jasmine Mason, I believe, was the 217, which puts her at plus 25. That's not going to be enough. So it's kind of up to Janelle Irwin and Lauren Pate. Janelle only 6 pins behind Lauren. Lauren can punch out for 227. Janelle for 211. Excuse me, 215. So if Lauren misses the first shot in the 10th and Janelle doubles, she would pass her. Again, in that situation, count would be very important. But Janelle up on the right side of our screen on 29. Her ball's down the lane now. Wraps the 10 pin. That will probably cost her, barring anything Jody Wessner might have done. Jody was in 7th, 21 pins ahead of Janelle. And then it was a 34 pin gap from Jody up to Galante in 6th. Lauren Pate looks like she left a I can't see what Lauren did. Elise spared the 7th, so she's at a max of 236 right now. She just threw the 8th and flushed it. So she's at 236 would put her at 44. Let me run down and see what Lauren did real quick. Lauren shot 211, which puts her at plus 43. Janelle did not get there. Summer Jasmine could not get there. If Elise strikes out, she will be at, oh, thank you. She will be at plus 44. So we don't know what Jody Wessner did. She was plus 47. Of course, Rocio right here in front of us, 225. Puts her at 64. Okay, Lauren shot 202. I had her as the leadoff bowler on her pair, and the leadoff bowler on her pair shot 211. there it was. Okay, yeah, she was 202 on the right side of the screen. So puts Lauren at 34. Janelle did not get there. The best Summer Jasmine could do was 211, which would put her at 32. Elise 9 spare in the 9th. Best she can now do is 216. So it looks like after all of that, unless Amanda Flood shot a number, I couldn't get down to where she was at. She was at +6. It looks like the top 9 are going to stay where they were as far as the names. But we'll have to wait for the official number from tournament director Tenille Milligan. Jody 188. That puts her at 35. So Jody at 35, Rocio jumps up to 64. Lauren at 34. That'll drop Jody unofficially down to 8th, it looks like. Janelle was 190, so she dropped from +26 to +20. The best Summer Jasmine could do was get to +32. Elise is going to shoot a clean 2-0 game this game to get into the teens. As far as plus-minus, Jasmine Mason, 2 teens as well for her game, plus in the 20s for her set. And it looks like Amanda Flood, listed on the roster as the second bowler that would have been on lanes 35 and 36, shot 185 the last game, so she's not going to get up there. So it looks like the top 9 are going to stay as they were, with Rocio jumping into 7th, Jody falling to 8th, and Lauren staying at 9th. And that is without knowing what the top 6 did. Of course, there was a 34-pin gap between 6th and 7th, so I wasn't paying too much attention to that 6th place and beyond. And then a 26-pin gap between 14th and 15th from Amanda Flood down to Amanda Fry. So really only looking at 7th through 14th. 14th place at +6, shot minus that game. Jasmine Mason and Elise Bolton both tied for 12th at +8. Elise went 2-0, Jasmine was 2-teen. Summer Jasmine at +21, the best she could get to was +32. And we know that Lauren Pate is in the clubhouse at 34 and Jody Wessner at +35. Janelle Irwin was 10th at +26 and shot 190, so she lost pins. So not quite the drama that we had last week or even in Connecticut. Still a lot of players near that cut line, a lot of numbers close. But there's nothing that said that Ashley Galante couldn't have shot 140, or Amanda Fry could have shot, 260. Yeah, I hope for their sake that nothing crazy happened. You don't want to wish anything bad on a player like that, but we didn't see a lot of low scores at the top, and I know that sounds ironic. Of course, the players up top didn't shoot low scores. What I mean by that is, Erin McCarthy's low game of the day was 190. Taylor Bultice, her low games of the day, she had 2 199s the last 2 games. Jen Higgins had 180 and 2-0, nothing else under 215. Caitlin Simpson had 1 game in the 180s. So that the names up top didn't shoot those 160, 150 numbers that we're talking about that they would have had to shoot to fall out of the top 6. So we will just have to wait and see. It looks like 31 and 32, the only pair left bowling right now, those players, Heather Williams, Taylor Russell, Kimberly Forthoffer, and Rachel Strogan, entering the 10th frame as we speak, as I speak. You listen, I speak. Again, the top 9 advance out of this PTQ into the main event, which kicks off tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. right here at Boardwalk Bowl in Orlando, Florida. 8 games at 10 a.m. for the 32-player field. Break for lunch, 8 more games at 5 p.m. The top 12 advance to Saturday morning's round of 12, 6 more games. Pinfall does carry over from Friday to Saturday. After the 6 games on Saturday morning, that gives us a 22-game total, from which we will take the top 5 for the live televised stepladder finals on CBS Sports Network at 4 p.m. Following the finals, we will tape the GoBowling.com PWBA Regional Showdown, featuring Elise Bolton, Julia Bond, Gigi Mason, and Kayla Bandy. 3 of which qualified by winning regionals leading up to Saturday night. Elise Bolton won the season opening regional up in Cleveland. Julia won the next 2 in California and Nebraska. Excuse me, Oklahoma. No, it was Lincoln. It was Lincoln, Nebraska. And then Gigi Mason won the regional in East Hartford. Kayla qualified as the number 4 player to the regional showdown by being the earnings leader on the regional schedule this year. Those 4 will compete in a made-for-TV event. I'll have to double-check on the format. There was some talk about it possibly changing over the last couple of weeks, so I'll find out for sure what that is. We will tape that Saturday night. That will be aired next Saturday at 5 p.m. on CBS Sports Network. And then Sunday is the Orlando Regional at Aloma Bowl, about 15 minutes away from here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the PTQ portion of the BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open. Ladies, add up those score sheets the tournament office down near lanes 1 and 2. We'll get the scores added up, verified, and announce who will advance into our elite field tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So just hang tight and we'll make an announcement very soon.
Well, there you go. Tournament Director Tennille Milligan updating us. As soon as all the score sheets have been turned in and the scores have been verified, we will have our top 9 from the PTQ, and we'll have a look at the 9 players advancing to the main event, the BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, right here on Bowl TV. Beautiful. Jennifer stopped by to see how the cookies have been going. We've had a couple of the ball reps come by and take some. Some of the players have kind of looked, but they've been hesitant. I've been like, take them. So that's what I've been telling people. Anybody can take them.
We'll have brownies tomorrow.
All right. We're going to hang out here for a little bit for the practice and whatnot. So maybe not for the Pro-Am, but we'll be here for practice. All right, see y'all later. Jennifer and her husband Sean stopping by, checking to see how the cookie handouts have went. It was interesting watching the players, how they bowled on this pattern. A lot of people started out, and I didn't understand why they started so far out. It didn't look like that was the place to play. The minute that you missed right, the ball was taking off. I mean, it was gone. We even had a couple players who were kind of messing around between second and third arrow on our featured pairs that put it in the ditch on their first shot. I mean, the minute you got the ball, you sent it right, it was gone. So we had a few players start out right and made it look okay, but I think it was a teaser. Whatever they saw, it didn't last because players quickly migrated in towards the middle part of the lane. And for the most part, from what I saw, from what I watched, you'd be amazed at, compared to how much bowling you think we watch, how little I actually pay attention to areas that, watching a wide range. I'm usually only watching the people on my pair, talking about them, talking to people in the area. But from what we saw, I was talking to Aaron and a couple other people in the building, the players migrated in pretty quick. And they moved in left of that tracer down lane. They didn't want to stay that far right. But this certainly looked to be a little slicker than what we've seen from the last two PTQs in East Hartford and Louisville. But it'll be fun to see what they have in store for these players tomorrow. We've had 3 players shoot 300 the last 2 weeks. Shannon O'Keefe in East Hartford rode that 300 to a #1 seed and a win on TV. Julia Bond in game 15 of 16 last Friday night had executive strike and spare, shot 300. And then, of course, the infamous Dasha Kovalova on TV in the championship match against one of the greatest of all time, against Liz Johnson. Shoots 300. Dasha in those two games, in her semifinal match and the championship match, never missed the pocket. 20 frames, 24 pocket attempts, because she doubled the 10th, her first game. 24 pocket attempts. She hit the pocket every shot. Had a string of single pins there in the middle of her first game in the semifinal match, but was able to connect on a couple doubles late to move ahead. And then we all know what happened in the final game. Just waiting on some official PTQ results from tournament director Tennille Milligan. But going off what we know, Rocio jumped into the plus 64. She went from 8th to 7th. Jody Wessner dropped to plus 35. Lauren Pate improved to plus 34, and I believe that Lauren is going to be our cut because Janelle Irwin in 10th shot minus. Summer Jasmine could only get to plus 32.
64.
Elise Bolton shot a low 2-0. Jasmine Mason got into the plus 20 range. And Amanda Flood shot minus as well. Again, all those numbers unofficial. We're waiting on an official number. Practice for the 32-player main event field will be this afternoon between 4 p.m. and 5:30. The Pro-Am tonight at 7 o'clock. Qualifying all day tomorrow here at Boardwalk Bowl. 8-game squads at 10 a.m. and 5 p.m. Round of 12 on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. The Fan Fest between 1:30 p.m. and 3 p.m. Chance to take pictures with the players, talk to them, interact with them. A ball demo, all the brands, all of our supporters here at the PWBA will have equipment for the fans to throw, as well as an autograph session with select players and whoever our #1 seed for the TV show is. And then 4 p.m. the live CBS televised finals on CBS Sports Network. Here we go. The top 9 advancing out of the PTQ into the main event tomorrow morning.
Plus 226, Aaron McCarthy. Qualifying second is Taylor Bultice. And third, Jen Higgins at plus 118. Fourth, Ashley Galante. Qualifying fifth, Caroline LaGrange at plus 74. And sixth, Rocio Restrepo. Qualifying seventh is Caitlin Simpson at plus 63. And eighth, we have Jody Wessner. And our ninth and final qualifier at plus 34, Lauren Pate. Lauren Pate is our final advancer to tomorrow's Elite Squad. Today, their practice will be at...
Well, there you have it. The top 9 stayed inside the top 9. A little bit of shuffling. Aaron McCarthy, Taylor Bultice, Jen Higgins, Ashley Galante, Caroline LaGrange, Caitlin Simpson, Jody Wassner, Rocio Restrepo, and Lauren Pate are your top 9 who will advance to the main event tomorrow morning. Well, that will do it for today. We will be back at it tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. right here on Bowl TV for the first 8-game block of the 2019 BowlerX.com PWBA Orlando Open. A big thank you to the staff and management here at Boardwalk Bowl. For Aaron Smith, Jason Thomas, Emil Williams Jr., and Brant Houghton, I am Daniel Farish. Thank you all so much for tuning in. This has been a Bowl TV production. Bowl TV, bowling lives here. We will see you all in the morning. Have a good night, everybody.